Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. This is the site of the Battle of Hastings. After almost 1,000 years, no traces of the bloody conflict can be seen. But here, the fate of England turned. It's where a king was killed, and his victor claimed the throne. October 14th, 1066. We know what happened here on this day, thanks to this. The Bayeux Tapestry. A carefully preserved, illustrated record of events. It shows the main players. Harold, the newly crowned Anglo-Saxon King of England, and his challenger, William, Duke of Normandy. William claimed the previous king had promised him the crown. So, he assembled an army and prepared to sail to England to fight King Harold for the throne. But a storm thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, Harold discovered that a Viking invasion had landed in the north. Another threat to his crown. So he raced to fight them. In France, William waited for the right conditions to sail across the Channel to England. The weather cleared. He seized his chance. "250 miles north, Harold had defeated the Vikings. Now, hearing of William's arrival, his army sped south. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on this hill, William's Norman army were ready to do battle with Harold's Anglo-Saxon men. The stage was set, and up for grabs, England itself. On October 14th, 1066, William of Normandy stood ready for battle at the base of a hill. The high ground belonged to King Harold of England and his Anglo-Saxon army. Here, on this hilltop, the fate of England would be decided. William's Norman army made the first charge, launching a direct assault on the shield wall. Though William's army fought fiercely against the shield wall, it would not yield. As one man fell, another took his place. Overlapping shields in tight formation made for a near impenetrable barrier. Realizing his army could not break the shield wall, William called for a retreat. William's feigned retreat was working. The Anglo-Saxon army broke their shield wall formation, leaving gaps for William to make a move. Men no longer in shield wall formation, William could pick them off as they charged. The Anglo-Saxons had deployed rows of spearmen to push back the invaders, but William had an answer: his sharp-eyed archers. Norman men-at-arms reinforced William's army. Anglo-Saxon archers joined the fray, and the Normans' deadly cavalry ready to charge. At first, William's forces had to eliminate the enemy spearmen, whose sturdy polearms could easily bring down a horse. Additional Norman archers joined the battle. With the threat of spearmen cleared from the field, William's cavalry was free to charge at the Anglo-Saxon archers. The Anglo-Saxon army was in disarray. Their shield wall had been neutralized, and their numbers were dwindling. Now the only thing standing between William and victory was King Harold himself. The last of Harold's men encircled their king, prepared to lay down their lives to save his. More Norman cavalrymen took to the field. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold had fallen. In the confusion, some loyal soldiers fought to the death, while others scattered in panic. Leaderless and defeated, the last of the Anglo-Saxon army fled for their lives. The Normans celebrated victory over the English king, but William's quest to rule England was just beginning. Guédelon in France. To understand how castles were constructed, they're building one from scratch, using just the tools and materials of the medieval age. It's a 25-year project, the world's biggest archaeological experiment. The most important defensive feature of any castle was the wall surrounding it.
Castle walls had to be incredibly thick in order to resist attack and absorb the impact of projectiles fired from trebuchets.
The curtain wall was over 20 feet deep, interspersed with towers. In earlier Norman castles, they were square. But while on crusade, European knights saw that eastern towers were round. They realized that eliminating corners not only made them stronger, but also provided a better view of the surrounding landscape. Completing the walls will take some 30,000 tons of sandstone.
Transport costs in the Middle Ages were incredibly expensive. So having a good supply of local stone close to the castle was vital.
To extract it from the quarry, first a row of holes is hand-drilled.
Once all the holes are ready, I'm ready to put in the iron wedges, and I'm ready to split it open by hitting very hard on each wedge with a big sledgehammer.
The stone is split into usable blocks, then transported using horsepower and human effort. This treadwheel crane can lift up to half a ton.
The walls are built like sandwiches. On the outside, you have facing walls built from better quality stones. And the inside, the rubble cores, they're built with softer stones and other offcuts from the quarry. And they're built up in layers with a very thick, coarse mortar.
This ingenious method makes the walls better able to withstand hits from a trebuchet. Sandstone is too hard to be carved into intricate windows, vaults, and steps. Instead, softer, more expensive limestone is used. These sophisticated building techniques make castles the ultimate feats of medieval engineering. It's a testament to their construction that so many still stand today. At the Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. His army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. Nothing like them had been seen in England before. They reminded the Anglo-Saxon population exactly who was in charge. But not all were content with living under Norman rule. Anglo-Saxon revolts broke out across the country. King William acted quickly to crush these rebellions. But there was one region where dissent was spiraling out of control: the north of England. In 1069, a group of lords from Northumbria formed an alliance with Viking invaders. Together they approached Norman-held York, a large city with an important cathedral, still protected by ancient Roman walls. But the walls couldn't save York. The city and the castle fell to the rebels. William's new kingdom was under threat. He had to get the city back under Norman control. William had no choice but to order his men north. But as the Norman forces set off on their long march towards York, how much resistance from the rebels would they encounter? William the Conqueror marched north, with his army of Normans determined to take back the rebel-held city of York. But in his path stood rebel towns that harbored William's northern enemies. He would take the towns back by force.
Vaincus et acte.
The Normans captured the town of Middlethorpe, establishing their presence in the north. With reinforcements to his army soon arriving, William would need more resources to supply them.
Me? Capio, mandemans, escolto, capere, si, laburo, che? Laburo, ubi vado. Ma sono, quod? Laburo.
Ubi vado?
Finit.
Edifico.
Me? Vado. Ubi vado. Spero.
Massoni.
Che? Edifico. Si. Ma sono quod? Baked. Moves. Escolto. Finit. Quod? Ambulo. Colones. Comprendo.
Colones. Netardies colones. Comprendo.
Barats.
Escolto.
Quitamus. Tous.
Spero.
Secco. Comprendo.
Che? Alla materia.
Ubi vado. Movo.
Quod?
Materia.
Escolto. Materia.
Si. Ferro. Escolto. Lavoro.
Escolte.
Ok. Che? Me? Alla materia.
Me. Bene. Secco. Spero. Ambulo. Lavoro.
Accessoire, je commande. Avant. Votre jetzt pose à moi.
The Norman army was now well supplied by a town, but it would take a sustained effort to keep the army at full strength. Another rebel town, Fulford, stood in defiance to William's rule.
Che? Massoni.
What? Escoltes, colones.
Sì. Ubi vado? Edifico.
Soyez prêts, compagnons. Je suis votre serveur. Ward, je commande. Avant. Votre jetzt pose à moi. Avant, compagnons. Avertissez votre courage, compagnons. Affaibloyons l'ennemi. Si comme
With the Fulford rebels eliminated, William was one step closer to York.
Escolte.
Knowing he would face strong resistance in the city, William prepared to bolster his cavalry.
Edifico.
Donnez-moi vos habits. Wer Sultan!
William's ultimate goal was within his grasp. All that remained was to enter York and destroy its keep.
Avertissez votre courage, compagnons! Wer Sultan! Je suis votre service. Si compos volvreis.
The Norman army poured into York and began sacking the town as they bore down on the keep.
À la fin continent.
Escolto. Colones parats. Si. Parats, colones caminats. Edifico.
The Norman army came under attack from a new enemy, the Danes.
Edifico. Una sola.
Victoria! Das Brunons
Quel est votre plaisir?
William's army held back the Danes' attack, but they threatened to return unless William paid them in gold.
Chacune cette sagesse! Compresse!
Quitamos.
Ubi vado.
Où sunt vos commandements?
Qued?
Ubi vado. Laburo.
Si. Laburo.
Si.
Fei.
Bassono.
Me. Massono. Me. On demande. Laburo.
Vicenza vos guerre! Comme vos plaise! Quel est votre plaisir?
Bene. En boulot.
À Chesbetsfrond, je commande avant. Incontinent. Apertisez votre courage, compagnon.
Reste pour une sanglante hâte.
Parats.
Odites in avant, servientes!
Parats. Edifico. Spero. Quod. Laburo.
Retrayez vos amouilles. Avant, compagnon.
Che?
Sì. Massone.
Quei sunt vos...
Avertissez votre courage, compagnon. Je suis votre serveur. Quand je commande, avant!
Ascolte bene.
Comprendo.
Che mandes? Arco parat. Io sono la cose.
The Normans discovered the source of the Danes' threat, an outpost on the water. William had a choice: bypass the encampment, destroy it, or pay the Danes the gold they demanded. In destroying the Dane outpost, William stripped the rebels of a crucial ally.
Avertissez votre courage, compagnon. Certes. Retrayez vos amouilles.
Ecce li mandement.
Right. Vado laburar. Presto. Ecce li mandement.
With their stables in place, the Normans could add more cavalry to their army.
Barats pour la bourrard. Attention.
Quitte. L'heure est de besoigner.
Barats pour la bourrard.
Attendez les commandements.
Vado Laboura!
Odite, in avanti, servientes.
Nessun d'ici!
Vamos, vale tutti! Labour Speranza. Cos'è sarà ma sonata?
Quel Labour! Cavalario! S'accuse, et moult avance, fouet à trait.
The keep fell to the Norman army, and York was secured. The Northern Rebellion was over, and William the Conqueror was uncontested as King of England. One weapon more than any other dominated warfare in the Norman period: the crossbow. Century crossbows like this were the culmination of centuries of development. With limbs made of steel, they were incredibly powerful. But earlier Norman crossbows had limbs made of wood.
There was a limit to how powerful these wooden bows could be.
So the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is really a myth. Despite this, they were effective at medium range, and that was enough in battle. Drawing the bow repeatedly took a lot of strength. Thankfully, help was at hand.
A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw.
This gave him extra leverage, allowing him to use his back and legs to draw the string.
Crossbowmen were vulnerable on a battlefield, so they carried large shields called pavises, so they could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then duck back down again to reload.
Crossbows were accurate, took less training, and used cheaper ammunition than the longbow. Most importantly, you could wait to take your shot, so they were perfect for siege situations. To protect crossbowmen when they were defending castles, they used specially built wooden galleries, called hoardings. But shooting down towards an approaching enemy presented its own problems. How to stop the bolt from falling off the crossbow before it could be shot?
What they did is just place the thumb loosely on the top of the bolt, which is just enough with a light pressure to hold it in place.
Around 1200, the Norman wooden crossbow was superseded by a new design, the composite bow. With limbs made from horn and sinew, they could be made more compact than a wooden bow. And they could deliver up to 4 times the punch. They were, however, more expensive. So whether on the battlefield or the castle rampart, simple wooden crossbows remained the main weapon of the day. The Conqueror had recaptured York from the rebels. Now he wanted to teach them a lesson for defying him. He began a brutal campaign of destruction to crush any further resistance, known as the Harrying of the North. Villages and crops were destroyed. It is said 100,000 people were killed. With ruthless efficiency, William the Conqueror had secured obedience in his new kingdom. But it wasn't to last. It would be thrown into chaos by his own children. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his favorite son succeeded him, King William II, known as William Rufus. But 13 years into his reign, disaster struck. While out hunting, he was killed. William's youngest brother took his place as King Henry I. But there was a problem. At the time, Henry's elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy, had been on crusade. When he returned, he was furious that Henry had grabbed the throne. From Normandy, Robert attempted to invade England to claim the crown from his brother. But he failed and returned home. In retaliation, Henry struck back. In a reversal of 1066, he crossed the Channel and invaded Normandy, intent on undermining his brother Robert's rule. His first target was Bayeux. This rich and splendid city was one of the jewels of Normandy. Henry was to begin his campaign by unleashing his forces on the city. Bayeux was about to feel the wrath of the English army. In the brotherly feud over Normandy, King Henry I set out to make an example of Bayeux, a town still loyal to his brother Duke Robert. Henry's archers took up position on high ground outside the city and faced an immediate attack by Robert's cavalry patrol. Having deployed their palings, Henry's archers were well protected against the cavalry charge. They defeated the first patrol. As Henry set his sights on burning Bayeux, more reinforcements arrived to join his army.
Strelboran, Sithe. Yerwath Garwigan. Ferdman. Strelbo. Dida hit. Garu Astira Garwigan.
Wassenyer, each year.
An Aridende Swat. Ich gar Swat.
Yema.
Strelbo and Yerwa. Swat Swat is Champagne. Each Libya.
The English approached Bayeux and saw that its towering stone walls would not be breached by manpower alone. Henry would need siege equipment and a defensible location to construct it. walls had failed, and Henry's men could now storm the city. Robert's garrison made a last stand to defend Bayeux, but Henry would show no mercy in cutting them down and burning their city. As Bayeux burned and the people fled in terror, King Henry basked in the victory over his brother Duke Robert. But Henry would not stop until all of Normandy was back under the English crown. By 1100, the medieval knight was dressed from head to toe in mail.
Mail is really like a metal fabric. It moves and behaves like a cloth, but is actually made of hundreds and thousands of interlocking iron rings.
It could turn and deflect a sword blade.
As an armor, mail didn't work all by itself. It needed the addition of a padded coat. The coat absorbed the shock of the blow, whilst the mail turned away the cut. Together, they formed an incredibly effective protection.
The first stage in making mail was to create wire to the right thickness. To do this, it was pulled through a drawing plate, which had a series of ever smaller holes, until you got wire of the desired gauge.
To make the rings, we wind the wire onto a mandrel.
And then we take it off the mandrel and cut the rings.
So I've flattened the overlapping ends of the ring, and I've pierced a hole through it. And now Nick has to put a rivet in it. The basic construction of mail would be a ratio of 4:1. So each ring goes through 4 of its fellows. Here you can see I've made a set of 5, which will then be joined to other sets of 5 to create a sheet of mail.
Mail had to be tailored to a perfect fit. It had to be shaped for feet and legs, arms and hands, and of course the head. A skilled mail maker could make very precise shapes.
Of course, for more complicated parts of the body, like elbows, we can actually tailor it in 2 different directions at the same time.
Yeah, so if we fold this in half, we have an elbow.
One of the main benefits of tailoring in mail was that it meant a knight didn't have to carry a single ring of extra weight that he didn't need to.
The mail to cover a knight from head to toe required about 200,000 rings.
High-status knights would have had their mail edged with gold, but most importantly, it had to be functional.
Clad in mail with his shield and helmet, the knight was well equipped to face the weapons of the day. While Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords, Henry loosened his brother's grip over Normandy. At Tinchebray in 1106, brother would fight brother for final claim to their father's lands. Determined to claim Normandy and capture his brother, Duke Robert, King Henry besieged the castle at Tinchebray. But the direct assault on the formidable stone castle was failing. Unable to breach the towering walls, the king devised a new plan to capture his brother. Henry would force Robert to defend his lands from attack by razing the villages of Martigny and Fresnes.
Forward Freckles, mit Balvenes. Ich shall lede jou.
To goad Robert out of his stronghold, Henry's men would burn the village to the ground. The village of Martigny was destroyed, but still Robert did not emerge to face Henry outside the castle. Henry would have to raise the stakes. Next, he targeted the village of Fresnes. Henry received word that Robert had sent for a fresh army to aid in defending his position at the castle. Henry had to eliminate these new forces before they could combine with the garrison at Tinchebray. Henry could buy reinforcements from nearby allies if he could procure the gold to pay them. Henry sent gold to his ally in men and received fresh reinforcements.
Look at be ready to read it new choice.
By eliminating Robert's incoming army, Henry had thwarted his brother's attempt at strengthening the castle's defenses.
Ich lebe zu dir. Hose du sen, ich rede vor. Aurita. Ich gar so ahead.
Henry sent gold to his ally in Brittany, and in return, a detachment arrived to bolster his numbers.
Alles with. Bakiet Yedwa. Kommer honor. Sterande Tima. Get to the ready for Hestes. We shall lay it. At Mina work.
Fortwarende Freckes mit Baldenes.
At the hands of Henry's army, the village of Fresnes was in ruins. Henry's provocations had paid off. Robert finally emerged from the castle to face his brother in open battle.
Strelboren järva. Strelboren.
Ogrites. Admiro Fell.
Abuga.
Yes.
Equi.
Ich wollte dich
Jarvigan Command Incredible. Look how you're ready, Freckes. Fortwarende Freckes mit Baldenes. Dein Estes? Nu, Tulkes, second yard. Fatto, means yard.
King Henry's tactic of luring Robert into the open had worked. Henry captured his brother, and Normandy was his. William the Conqueror's sons had resolved their long feud over Normandy, with King Henry wresting possession away from his brother. But the French King Louis VI would not accept Henry's heir as the future Duke of Normandy. Henry's fragile power would face its first test, an invasion by the French king. In the disputed countryside between Normandy and France, a smouldering farmstead gave away the beginnings of a French invasion. At the head of the vast army stood King Louis of France himself. An English scout hastily rode to inform King Henry of England, who was still en route to defend his borders. Hearing of the threat, villagers and guards fled their English-held towns and retreated to the stronghold of Fleury.
Yeah, we get that.
Above all, the English forces in Normandy had been commanded to hold the town of Fleury and await King Henry's arrival.
Here.
On Muna. A stigeth on way.
What, Hessa? Farindenu.
Tremeth Garu. Cometh on. Heareth Opa.
Yes, set open then. Strelboran, Sithe, Strelboran, better.
As the village of Crescenville fell, all English hopes lay in holding Fleury for the king's arrival.
Markiet Gerwa.
Yes, it is.
Steranda Tima. Garu up. Let us go.
Your way, you are.
Garu under your tailbone.
Each you.
Hoskala Halagonga.
Cheers.
What so?
the town of Granville succumbed to the French, and the English were pushed back towards Fleury.
On Mona. Yes, sir. Huskara, standard Huskara. Word here. Covered on them.
Eat your worker.
At last, King Henry and his forces made their arrival at Fleury. Knowing that King Louis himself was on the field, Henry saw his chance to put England's claim to Normandy beyond doubt.
Flamboga add-on.
It will be in Del Bende. Act now. Strail board, yar.
On Queta. Yes. Yar way a quitter do it. Eat your work. Yar to work. Here offer. Huntiende de ora. What Thursday day?
Yaru Duan. Flamboga add-on.
Yes, sir. Where's the Hala?
Yes, sir. Where's the Hala? Yes, sir. Where's the Hala?
Strail board, yar. Strail board. Carviganos, Farah, Kritis, in Undead Buscars, Tempest,
Ikeon Yaselli.
Strela, Post Conflict. Beodeath May. Strail Born, Foliende Hazel.
Yet to be ready for Hester. He shall lay it down.
On your work.
Beodeath
What
May.
their faith, eh? That Shula Beo Timla. There you work.
What you end day off. Each timber theos.
Nimente tu Machayawas!
Servants! All is with it.
King Henry's men struck at the French forces and recaptured the town.
Obeisance is Ane Akdu. Eat your will. It's limit.
You're to work. And
Yes,
you
sir.
work, eh?
West Duhala. Each timber theo. And you work. Hestes commende. Each you say it. What their faith, eh? That shule yaru to work.
Eat your blue kid, that.
Each your work. And you work. That shule bail timber. There you work. What their faith, eh?
Yes, sir. West Duhala.
Each timber.
Yes, sir. West Duhala.
Each brewcase.
What's their faith, eh? There you work, sir.
Very dog.
Each timber fast.
Yeah, Gath, Strelbora.
Yes, sir. Well,
Gareth Opa.
here is.
Unwilling to let the English retake their Norman holdings, King Louis sent a counterattack to raze the recaptured town.
Here on Caressa. Each will be a Stelfende. Yes, sir. West Duhala. Yeah, each a winner. Pretend would do.
What's their faith, eh? Each will Delta. Mention
Strelbora. Yes, sir. Gath, Strelbora. Strelbora. Bereth. Ik wil.
Yeah, Giannis.
On
Styria, Strelmora. Pergonga Conwell.
Järet på Paragimus
Mandetta to serve.
Yaru!
Brit nu. And you need to know.
Strelmora.
Sin Hector. Look at you be ready, fresh. Service.
Bayard, mate. Yeah, Iaru.
Strela Fuse. Begeria. Equilla. Strela Fuse. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Iaru.
An are to hear redende sweat.
Strela Boren Yaru.
Estes Commander.
Yes, sir.
Strail Boren Yarod.
Yes, sir. Each of that. Each Timbra Theos.
Strail Boren Yaru.
Estes Commander. Yarwa Iowala.
Each will a Delphin. Off with that. Yes, sir. Each you say, yes.
Yes.
Hey, you're at yard.
That Shula Beun Templar.
Yarrow to work. Each will a Delpha.
It is Sith. Let's with.
Yes.
Then Hester.
What's her face, eh? Here's Opa.
Balding Don. Hitlock is cooked. Arita, what needeth worker?
Safe to Hestes.
Yeah.
You then did that right to know.
Sealy e-builded thing. See theta worker. Fresh air.
See theta worker.
What needeth be on Yare to don some worker? What needeth be on?
What needeth be undone?
See theta worker. See theta worker.
Hearkeneth alla. Anita, what needeth worker? What needeth be undone?
Yare to dock see Yare to
What needeth see theta worker? Delphinde is been leaf. Hey, everybody, John. Intended.
What needeth be undone?
Hearkeneth alla. Ye go do that.
See theta worker. It killed the Yare to don some work.
See to Hester.
See theta worker. What needeth worker? It kill has see theta worker. This shula ut dure me. Build ende that rita nu. Hitlock as God. And Sealy builded thing.
See they to work. What needeth be undone? You can have me that he building an on.
What needeth be undone? What needeth be undone? What needeth be undone? It kill build a that for they.
What needeth be undone? You can build a that for them.
See they to worker. It kill God swinker have been made. Rita, what needeth work? What needeth be undone? Build ende that Rita new.
What needeth be undone? Building done. Hitlock is good. You can have me that he built.
Yari to done some worker. It kill build see they to worker. It kill happy that he building an all. God swinker have been made.
And Celia builded thing.
What Arita? What needeth worker?
See they to work. What needeth work? Aye. Fresh.
What needeth fail?
Every job. Intended. I think they listen. Nah, don't think to do.
No, Tulke. You tell us not good then. It's limit with you. Get to the ready for it. I've been a word of fell.
See they to work. Be off yard to hestes, Toadfolk. Each away, lad. Flock end they would, swow heads. We have a steady debate, Toadfolk. Aye. Wooder is no full material. Each understood that.
Saddled up on erect. Reader is he ready for Hester? We're dead there on Kerstecherin. Johnny Sonder.
Yeah, ready to done some work here. Over there, on me way. You then did that, Rita.
See they to work, It will have you that he building a knock. Arita, what needeth work?
What needeth be undone? You can build it that for that.
What needeth be undone?
Saddled upper, on the...
Building done. Keep looking good.
See they to worker. He'll build they that for they. And Sealy he builded thing.
Look at your beauty ready, breakfast.
One day, you're in day to test it. Till then, they that right to know.
It is Sita for Actus. Andente to serve.
Border towns recaptured, King Henry's claim to Normandy faced only one more obstacle: King Louis and his army. In the humble peasants' fields of Bremule, two kings would settle their claim to Normandy.
It's your will. Yeah. Ik read the fort.
Yare to don some...
Save the Hestes. Yeah.
I'll beat.
Hestes and on, Periente Hestes. Up there better, our way then.
And stand that
Whoa! Up there, our way there! Jonas,
Aron here a Hestes.
No, du träffas någon där. Folk har det breakfast. Vid Valdenes.
Spärremen, standet han lite för Hestes kommer Arwen. Jeppe med och bort. I men av Arwen står så på helst. Nej. På presset jag Arwen.
Min harten spärreman i rädd.
See fate a worker.
Over the job. Intended. I stared it. See they to work. Equal be.
What needeth be undone? Build ended.
See they to work. Equal habit. Arita. What needed work.
Arita, what needeth worker?
See they to work. The Shulu do they make. What needed be undone?
God Swinkerer, being what needeth be undone?
And Sealy. What needed be undone? Equal habit.
What needeth be undone? Build ended that return. See fate a worker. Ikil habby that yare to don some worker.
This Shulu do they. You're right to done some work. Equal habit.
Arita, what needeth worker? Seathe to worker.
This Shula.
What needeth they undone? Build end.
Arita, what needed worker?
Good swing. Seathe to worker.
Balding done. Hit
Equal building that.
Arita, what needeth worker?
What needeth be undone? Build ending that.
What needeth they undone?
Building.
Ikill build seathe to worker. Ikill have.
Arita, what needed worker? What needed be undone?
Equal good swing around me, mate. Seathe to worker. Build ending that. Seathe to worker. Equal have it that.
Seathe to worker. Build end day that.
Yari to done some worker. Seathe to worker. Equal building that.
What needeth they undone?
Arita, what needeth worker? Build ending that. Yari to done some worker. Equal have it that he building and done. Building done.
Here, Hestes. Hestes är nordbornen. Presset jou Arway man. Beil flippeli on the stairs. Boa is in Yarway Shelton.
Shapathoppe, best not slew. Gaff! Unstorm! I think done you!
Estes Consteria. Brate Arway man. Step into it, Arway man. Follow us, Estes.
Far from home, but rallied by their king, the English army forced a French surrender and put King Louis and his knights to flight. With the impromptu battle ending in resounding victory for the English, King Henry had secured his ancestral lands under the English crown. Norman domination over England was marked by their imposing castles and new laws. But one passion of theirs also impacted the land: hunting. The Norman nobility, both men and women, shared a love of hunting with birds of prey. To preserve their hunting grounds, they took ownership of the land and outlawed hunting by commoners. Falcons hunt by flying to a great height, then dive-bombing their prey. They are kept hunting fit, using a lure, a pad of leather with bait attached. This prepared them for catching their prey, usually other birds such as rooks and pheasants. While out hunting, a falcon might give chase to its prey far from the party. So, riders would follow them cross-country on horseback to witness the action. After a falcon had caught its prey, it was fed and would not fly again that day. This meant many birds had to be taken on a hunt to keep the nobility entertained. Rather than falcons being carried on horseback, which would jostle them, they were transported on a frame called a cadge. Although falconry was a horseman's sport, hawking was enjoyed on foot. Hawks, unlike falcons, have broad wings and hunt by following their prey in straight flight, often low to the ground, through woodland. Hunting by sight, a falcon's vision is highly developed. When not hunting, they were kept calm by putting on a leather hood. The darkness stopped them becoming overstimulated and restless. Lords of the sky, controlled by the lords of the land. Falcons and hawks were symbols of power and status. They were central to Norman identity. After England defeated the French at the Battle of Bremule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. In 1120, his son and heir William Adelin died in a shipwreck. The future of Henry I's kingdom was in jeopardy. Henry desperately needed a new heir. With no legitimate sons left alive, he broke with tradition and chose his daughter, Matilda. Henry forced his barons to swear an oath to accept Matilda as queen. But when the king died, they broke their promise. England would not be ruled by a woman. Matilda's cousin Stephen saw his chance and claimed the throne. The crisis moved to the capital. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was crowned king, but Matilda wanted what was hers. She was also lining up powerful supporters who would fight Stephen for her right to rule. Their conflict engulfed England in civil war. Fighting raged throughout the land. In 1141, everything focused on one of the kingdom's most strategic cities, Lincoln. Matilda's allies had commandeered the castle. But King Stephen was determined to take it back. He besieged the castle. Stalemate. As dawn broke on February the 2nd, everything was about to change. Matilda's half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, raced to break the siege. As Robert's forces approached Lincoln, Stephen's army turned away from the castle to face them. Robert could win Matilda the crown, but only if his army could win the day. Robert of Gloucester's forces approached Lincoln. Their task, to liberate the castle from King Stephen's siege. While behind Lincoln's walls, troops loyal to Matilda held the castle for the Empress. First, Robert's forces would stage an ambush to prevent enemy reinforcements from joining with King Stephen's army. Robert's men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy. Robert defeated the first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way.
Tacketh upp din armes, and shanka forth over. It's to a sort of endest. Gamma away to faren.
Ik heb je found the foe!
When can we do day?
It's for Fefetes.
Bidan de Suahet.
With more of Stephen's reinforcements eliminated, Robert was steadily undermining the siege.
It's so a hessa aliante. Bevengen gandei. It's so a hessa aliante. Essa shouldn't be here.
Robert's men decimated King Stephen's reinforcements and were poised to break the siege. Continuing the push towards Lincoln, Robert sent in a large company of reinforcements to aid his vanguard. To further weaken the siege, Robert would need to cut off Stephen's supplies. He targeted the nearby market town.
Not sleeping. We haven't been intended breakfast. Vollende Hestes. Heriende Hestes nu!
Ich habe gefunden das Boot! Excelente!
Group of knights arrived at Lincoln to bolster Robert's army. With the market town in ruins, King Stephen's supplies began to dwindle. Robert received word that Welsh troops under Matilda's banner were en route to join forces with him. But King Stephen had the roads to Lincoln heavily guarded, and the route was not without risk, even for the hardy Welshmen. Their way to Lincoln, Matilda's Welsh allies were ambushed by the king's soldiers. Robert's men would need to aid the Welsh if they wanted their help in breaking the siege. On the road to Lincoln, Matilda's allied troops made for the castle to lift the siege.
in a word.
Robert's forces spotted a large detachment of Stephen's soldiers guarding the castle gates. If they hoped to liberate Lincoln, they would need to break the blockade and rout the army. Robert's forces scattered the king's army, leaving the gates to the castle unguarded. Robert's men finally united with Lincoln's garrison. They could now use the castle to strengthen their army. To lift the siege, they needed to destroy the enemy camps surrounding the castle.
Each sail the bow!
What needeth be undone?
Safe to Hester's.
Quarum, sir, Freckes Haken, Nu Hestes, Kid Dwindleth, Ferreth, each wheel. Yardway Shelton, Hestes and Oddborn. Periende Hestes, Dresseth Yao Hardway, Steppeth to it, Arlemen. Silly. Yare to dot.
Every charm and tender. Sueth Hatten.
Piereth Hestes. Asteriath, Rathe Arwaymen. Each will. See they to work.
See they to worker. Ik help see they to worker. Ik kill Habby.
What needeth be undone? You can build it that for them.
This Shula oot do they.
See they to work.
Needeth be undone.
What needeth work?
What needeth be undone.
Yet to the ready for full Forte Frankers, mit Baldanes.
Beyond this outlet! Avoid it!
Matilda's forces struck hard, destroying one of King Stephen's siege camps. King Stephen's army dwindled as Matilda's forces struck down another siege camp. The king's army was scattered, and those who didn't fall fled. King Stephen was spotted, shielded by his men. To end the siege, Matilda's forces needed to capture Stephen and rout his army.
It is Seek who readeth new, Turkus. Claw, surface. Ready loaded.
Yara. See to worker.
Harken it all. You're ready to done some work.
Arita, what needeth worker?
See to worker. You can have it that. What needeth be undone? You'll then need that.
See to worker. And sick your building. What needeth be undone? Build end day that. You're ready to done some work. If you'll have it that. You're ready to done some work.
What needeth be undone? You can build it that for the.
What needeth be undone? If you'll build it that.
You're ready to done some work. You'll then need that right.
Arita, what needeth worker?
Arita, what needeth worker? You can have it that he built.
See to worker.
This Shula Undure me.
If you'll have it that he's building or not.
Saddled up, on the ready. Crossbows, yeah, crossbows. Turn with yourself. Yeah, sure.
Reader, Westender Hestes. Hestes from what shall each do? Jefe mea multa! Intended no. That will be undone. Ex Minister, Ferret. Ut redendum. Accursed ambush attended!
Matilda's men closed in and finally captured King Stephen. Matilda's forces had won the battle at Lincoln. But the fight for the crown was not over yet. A counterweight trebuchet was the king of all siege engines. A catapult capable of smashing down castle walls from great distances. At Warwick Castle in England, they've built a replica, one of the largest in the world. Originating in 7th century China, by the 13th century, trebuchets had evolved into devastatingly powerful weapons.
Such a simple design, but so effective.
It has several key features. A pivoted arm with a weight at one end, and a sling to hold the projectile at the other. To prime, the 6-ton weight is raised, using tread wheels.
So this is one of the wheels, one of two that's attached to an axle, which would lift the counterweight, weighing 6 tons. It's based on muscle power alone. What's essential about launching a projectile as far as possible is making sure that this end of the arm is moving as fast as possible. So once that weight drops, it really sends this point of the arm moving at its highest velocity.
This was done by positioning the pivot close to the counterweight and by launching the projectile from a sling. When released, the sling whips round, vastly increasing the launch speed. Trebuchets were carefully aimed, like modern guns.
In order to weaken the castle walls or even breach them, you had to make sure that the projectiles hit the same spot every single time.
For each projectile to follow the same trajectory, they all had to be the same weight and shape. To achieve this, masons used a gauge.
Now I'm going to load this projectile into the sling. Oh, this one must weigh about 25 kilograms, but some projectiles can get up to 150 kilograms. That's the weight of 2 men.
Trebuchets were also used to throw burning tar, beehives, even dead bodies. Anything to cause maximum distress to the enemy.
Did you hear that whoosh?
It was the counterweight trebuchet's lethal combination of power and accuracy that made it the ultimate medieval siege weapon. Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln gave Matilda the upper hand in her fight for the English crown. But in the years that followed, fragile loyalties shifted, and under threat of capture, Matilda was forced to retreat. As her holdings in England came under attack from the king's army, it fell to her son Henry to keep Matilda's claim to the throne alive. Inside the strong stone walls of the castle at Wallingford, Matilda's men held firm against a brutal siege by forces loyal to King Stephen. King Stephen's army had constructed a fortified perimeter outside the castle, trapping Matilda's men inside. However, reinforcements were on the way from Matilda's son Henry. Her forces needed to hold the walls until they arrived.
ROTHSCHILD. Yahweh Chef. Boa is Iboon.
See they to work her.
Jeppe mea bot.
See they to work her.
Boy. Jeppe mea bot. Hästes en oddbåden. Upp med en bäl halvväg. Yahweh Chef.
What needed? One of armies. Up either.
Yahweh Chef. Jeppe mea bot.
Yare what need is they are doing.
ROTHSCHILD.
You're happy that he building anon.
You're ready to done some work. Ferende, so ahead.
go.
You can have that i building and on. What needeth be undone?
Hoping to claim Wallingford, King Stephen's siege forces launched a renewed attack on the castle.
Men of our Estes cometh our way, men.
Seeking to work
Estes nu. Kiere, Hesua, Theriet. Astiria, It's in Chetendeus!
Johannes Jarich fortsätt in Hess. Jarich spelar. Here we go. Within Gangande. Battlet Building done. It looketh good. See they to work at. They can build it that.
Arita, what needeth worker?
Hoping to crack the mighty stone walls of Wallingford, King Stephen's forces launched another attack.
Each understood that.
Every dress and yow hardway, man. Fully in their Hestes.
Johannes Jarich forgot.
Matilda's forces held firm against the attack, cutting down the enemy soldiers. Matilda's forces repelled the attack and held the castle.
We haven't been a gun! Fellas, men of ours! What needeth be undone? See they to work at.
Arita, what needeth worker?
What needeth be undone? Till then, what needeth be undone? You can build it, Arita. What needeth work at?
What needeth be undone? Build any that be
See
undone.
they to work at.
What
Till
needeth
then,
be
they
undone?
that see they to work at. The Shulu do they, mate?
Yare to done some worker. Ikil happy that see fate to worker. Build end day that Rita noon.
You're right to done some work. Arita, then they needed what needed be undone. Ikil be
This shooter who do they know?
But that's an awful. Step up to him and
Raven Shelton! And Celie
Hestes cometh our way, men.
done some work. See they to work. Back to the beyond dawn. See they to work. Eagle habit.
Yare to done some work. It kill build.
See they to work. Build then they that.
Marita, what needeth work?
What needed beyond dawn. Eagle and see
they to work. It kill build.
See they to work. Eagle build it. See they to work. Eagle build it.
See they to work.
God sweet.
Build end day that.
You're right to done some work. Build end day that right to know.
What needed they on done?
What needed beyond this? Yeah.
No! What the hell with us?
What needed beyond done? You're right to done some work.
Matilda's forces received word that Henry's troops were getting closer to Wallingford. Soon the combined numbers of the two armies could tip the scales in their favor.
See they to work. See they to work. Off to the fell. What needed beyond dawn? What needed what? What needed beyond dawn? Fresher air and harder swing.
See they to
Harken it on.
At last, Henry's reinforcements approached Wallingford. United under Matilda's banner, the two armies were ready to engage Stephen's forces.
Eagle have that he building it on. Eagle have that he building.
Get to the ready for Hestes. I'd mean a word of Ferret.
see they to work.
Obeisance is on
Over the job. Intended.
They're Sweden, they're scared.
What needeth they undo? Ikill have you that he building a half on min way.
Right, over there, on me way. Eagle building a sea thing to work at.
Welding done. It not is good.
And Celia building the swing to
Henry and Matilda's forces struck out at the besieging army, weakening the enemy's hold on Wallingford's perimeter.
It shall lead. It is Caesar for keep it good settle, Creedus.
good swing around me, Meg. What needed beyond that?
The enemy line wavered as Matilda's forces cut down the besieging army, clearing another section of the blockade.
some work.
Safe to Hestus.
Flock in they would, slow head.
Där, Sweden med oss i attende!
Harkeneth, Arler. Delpende is mean.
What needeth be undone? Till then they that right to know.
Matilda's forces overwhelmed the enemy and cleared the castle's perimeter.
Felicito for actors. Certes.
Dresseth thou highwayman. Heriende Hestes nut. Nut Judas. Second yard. Arthur Jesus yard. Get to be ready for Hestes.
The joint forces of Matilda and Henry had thwarted King Stephen's siege of the strategic castle at Wallingford. After over a decade of conflict, Matilda's claim to the throne was still alive. At Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son, John, became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power, the Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this, Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the kingdom. Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defenses, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall. Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle.
Each fall away, Hesters. No Hesters and Otsukas. Hest me Hester.
You're right to do some work.
Every charm and tandem. Ik wil build that for me. CC to work, eh? Harken at Thaler.
On the hand with us! Hold!
It's incendios!
Don't swing around me, man.
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside. A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion. Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause.
Building door.
This shula ut do they.
This shula ut do they, mate.
What needeth worker?
See to work at.
What needeth beyond done? Ik will have that he building anon.
Hestes cometh, our women.
What needeth work at? Harkeneth all. You then did that right to go.
Presset jou Arwayman. Al Suiza, yes.
I'm on the stone.
Uppnäd Bereth Arwayman. Kiereth Hestes.
With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned to ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp.
On the stairs. Steppeth to it, Arwayman. Kiereth steppeth to it, Arwayman.
Yari to Chapin. Over there. On me way.
I think they'll
Lister. Going ship and they do.
Cease to work, eh? What needeth be undone? Cease to Hestes. Each understunder. Every child.
What needeth work, eh? You go.
What needeth be undone? He'll build that for them.
Cease to Hestes.
Aye.
He'll build that for them.
Hearkeneth
to
all
work,
our-
Every job. Intended. See it fair enough, every job.
Hestes Icarna do.
Yes, understood.
Asterias, Brate Arwayman.
Yarit.
Cease to worker. Ferende sua.
Every job.
Host it down.
Yeah.
Yefe meo, but
Cease to Hestes.
What needeth be undone? He'll have it.
What needeth be undone? Till then, what needeth be undone? You can build that for them.
Arita.
Hearkeneth all.
Each understunder.
Flock in they would, so that. He'll go on flock of wood.
Hestes cometh Arway of Sleepily on the stairs.
Alrita. Willa.
Foliende Hestes.
Ja, yeah.
Al Suiza, yes.
I understood.
Uppnäd Bereth Arwayman. Asterias, Brate Arwayman.
Hey, every John, intended. Equal have that he burden on.
Tresset jou Arwayman.
Each will.
Steppeth to it Arwayman.
Each will.
Bale Sleepily on the stairs.
Some French reinforcements made it to their siege camp, adding more numbers to their next attack on the castle.
Periente Hestes nu.
Uppnämnd värld, Arwayman. Steppeth to it, Arwayman. Uppnämnd värld, Arwayman.
Willikin's band of archers made short work of the French reinforcements. But if they hoped to ease the burden on Dover's garrison, Willikin's ambush force could not relent.
Tresset jou Arwayman. Quarot följande hästes. Stirrende av sura i sig. Arwayman, ungende vän. Hästes cometh, it can do. Each understunda. Beoth sleepily, on the stirrus. Each willa.
He'll go and flock a woodder.
Yahweh Shetan. Ik heb verrende nu. Hebben me bow. Verrende. Hebben me bow. Verrende. Ik heb verrende. Het is een ordboren. Asteriat. Brate Arwayman. And Suiza, yes. Mikkel Armes, Mikkel Kjære Hestes, uppnämnd värld Arwayman. Steppeth to it, Arwayman. It can do. Dresset jou, Arwayman. Beoth sleepily, on the stirrus. Each minute.
Yare to don some work. Harkeneth aller, each understandeth. Blockende wounded, swope hat. Yeah, each understandeth.
Our natives may seem to have stayed it. We haven't stayed as be all out.
Bolstered by the addition of their reinforcements, the French committed the full force of their army to a second assault on the castle. With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack. Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements.
Cease to Hestes. Buildende that Ritanu.
Arita.
Every charge and 10 dead.
Willikin's resistance force continued to grow, adding more skilled men to its ranks.
Men of armies are needed.
What wilt thou? Freckes Haken, nu Hestes. Herinde Hestes nu. Glidande ne hurtus nor never down. Arita. Suas ahead. Each Foliende Hestus.
Ik heb helding in steden.
Entendeth Foliende Hestus. Suas ahead. Al Suiza, yes. It will held ahead.
What needeth beyond done? Every child and Uten every child. Where have on stared as bayon out? Stareth Uta every child. Hold it and hold it.
Beyond us, cheer us. Now wait.
See thee to work.
Hearkeneth aller, each understander. Reaper railings are not going.
Kier herinde Hestes nu. Ik kan het doen. Uppnät berg, entendeth flesh. Hestes en oddball, sleepily, on the stairs. Freckes Haken, nu Hestes, al Suiza, yes. Och de botas, berre. Hestes kommer! What wilt thou? Yes, is she? Hestes cometh. Hestes kommer sur dig hätte. Hit will help the head. And they away!
See fate to work.
See thee to work. Eagle habitat I build the...
Arita, what needeth worker?
And seal ye build.
Boa is immune.
Beyond this onwards! Avoid it!
Valiente Hestes! Onti botas! Better! Glidende ne hunters door never down! Ich will held ahead, Nutha. Ik kan held in instead. Yahweh Shetten.
Ich bin boende in. Yes, sir. Is she?
Fuste Tulkas, Hestes. Ich Arita.
See they to worker. Yare to dons. See they to worker. Yare to don some worker. He'll have that he's building anon. What needeth beyond?
Every chat, yeah. And of Almas, where then hearken is there a dude there, every chat. See the fair dude.
See the Hesters.
Yare to done some work. What needeth beyond done?
Arita, what needeth worker?
See they to work.
What needeth beyond done? Build ende, see they to worker. Ik he'll build Arita, what needeth worker? See they to worker. Ik he'll build a that for they. Every charge, ik he'll do that new. Yare to done some worker. Build ende that Rita.
Yare for ende, so ahead. Ik'll build it that for they. Hey, every John, into Irende did Hester.
See they to worker. Ik he'll have.
See they to worker. You'll then do that.
What needeth they undone? Ik he'll build a that for they. This Shula who do they may. God swinker who may. What needeth they undone? Build ende that Rita new.
Freckes haken, nu Hestes. Hestes cometh.
Hestes for this reader. Reader-es, best spera. See they to read it. I'll reach out.
Boon for the
Otridendenu. Saddled up, reader, away to Hestes.
Hearken, where have on stead as bayon out. Wooder is noteful matera.
Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle. The English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
Intendeth Fretted Windleth. Bereth.
See fate a worker. See to yeah, Sue they Hessen. Every charm and 10 death. Each away. Ik heel aan on the reaper railings nu.
Fuste Tulkas. Hestes. Hestes and Ohariende. Hestes nu.
What will Tom be off in Hess? It's your by thine Hess. Ja. Ferret Dwarende.
Beresset jou.
Tulkas. Jou know what comes next.
Ja. Intendeth Freckes. Glidande. It will end the hair. Foliende Hestes. Ontivotas Better. Hestes cometh. Between us they lie.
Hukkaman Mikke Frekke.
Where are they, Celesta?
What needeth be on Seath to Hestes? That building will be reaper railed anon.
Freckes Haken. Nu hast nu that. Cometh on. Aimeth for the Guta.
Arita, what needeth worker? You hearkeneth aller. Flockende woodoo swoke het.
Roger, readerers. Readerers. Best spender. Readerers, ready, readerers, here has does. Roger, that will be done.
Yeah, for me, I bought. Foliende Hestes. Ik kan het doen. Soon as they had. On the fortas. It will help the hair. Fuste Tulkas, Hestes.
What needeth be undone?
See fate a worker. Ferende sue ahead. Ikil happy that he building anon.
Arita, what needeth?
Seath to Hestes. Each away.
Spoon forte on. Ziet hij te rieden. Vaartbal bij Eldor. Reader as he said. Spoon forte on. Den der Rothstäckaren. Hästen. Laat het rieden, stekkeren. Ja, niet je wil.
Hier, Asteriat, Rafte Arwemen. Ich will es noch.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault. The tenacity of Hubert de Burgh's loyal soldiers forced Prince Louis and the rebel barons to abandon their siege at Dover. And thanks to the efforts of Willikin's fearless archers, England remained in King John's hands. Prior to the defense of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England in a rebellion known as the First Barons' War. Across England, barons broke ties with the crown and seized important cities, including Rochester. With his reign under threat, John deployed his forces to retake Rochester and capture the traitors. King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to retake the castle and drive out the rebel barons within. But Rochester was a formidable fortress that protected the route to London, and the rebel barons were prepared to lay down their lives to hold it. Before King John's men could hope to retake the castle, they would need to reinforce their position by capturing the village of Chatham. The king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through.
Alita, what needeth worker? What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone?
Yari to done some worker. Good swinker be mate.
Yari to done some worker.
Dick'll build thee that.
Arita, what needeth worker? He'll build that for thee.
What needeth be undone? If you go on flock of wood.
And see
Not easy thing to work at. What needeth be undone? You'll then need that free to know.
See thee to work at.
What wilt thou? Thine munkas a standeth yard.
See the has stayed. We haven't stayed as beyond that. People the hunting deal.
Marketh Yara, my friend.
Aye.
Thine munkas a standeth yard.
Lord, his banner on the loaded.
Thee, Hester. Harliness liters with ich be boon to hear. Boon to hear. Ye shall have
something to shed and
what wilt thou?
yeah. What needeth be undone?
Thee, Hester. Ferende, suahet.
beyond done. Bay off yard to Hester's, Toonfolk. Get it to swing, host it down.
Yeah, ready to done some work.
Two already ready. Each a winner. Build end day that Rita new.
Harkeneth all. Yeah. Start to do it. See thing to work at. You can build see thing to work at. Build end day. What needeth be undone? You can have it.
Rita, what needeth worker?
And seal ye. What needeth be undone? You can have it that he building it on.
Balding done. Hitlock is good. Toonfolk already ready. He'll have that he building a knob.
Every job, attended. There is no full material. Toonfolk already ready.
What needeth be undone? Block ending will do, swope hat.
Agrethus for Hestus. Move it, get it busy. See thee to work. Yeah, ready to done some work. Block ending wood, slow head.
Safe to Hestus.
What day this work? Attendant new Tulkas, Bail Captain, where fortgangende. Move it, get it busy. Bail Captain, where fortgangende. Yeah, anon Rita. Where are going the Tulkas? Alunga nu, Ferret.
Ik am holding Minstead.
Arita, what needeth worker? See they to worker.
Every job, attended.
Whoa, there is no full material.
Flock in they wood, swole head. What needeth be undone?
See they to worker. Yare to done some work.
Curse it, saddled. Scouter, you ready to read? Ridente forth.
See theta worker.
Scouter, you ready to read? Willisulichka, ich amante fara. Ridende forth. Ridende su ahead. Verende su ahead. Helde ned. Stirende nu. Doende mi dute.
Ich be boon to hear.
Arita.
Give me hestes. Volwende die hesta. Ridende forth. Verende su ahead.
Give them Berende so ahead. It can't do that.
Where are they shortened? Under our sword! Kempes, where I'm going the Turkers.
With the hand and it. Sterendelo.
What will the
Virtue's guidance this way.
Me way is clear.
A great movement, get it busy. And then in a minute.
Boon to hear.
Yes, under our rasa. Oh, yeah, the sea.
That boon. The way is clear.
Aggress at yourselves, what ahead. Intended breakers. They are kept.
Two folk already ready. Where I'm on stairs, Build end day that. Rita new. Every time,
Intended new focus.
Cheers!
No way, shoot! They're content. Where we fuck again then? What needeth be undone? What needeth be undone? Reaper railings are enough.
You're right to done some worker.
See theta worker. You're right to done some worker.
See theta worker. See theta worker. What needeth be undone? Reaper railings are not going.
Anita, what needeth worker? Charles Winker. Ich bruke that. See theta worker. You'll then that Rita.
What needeth be undone? Build end day that Rita new.
Ich be boon. Ishil anon.
Yahweh shet. All right, man. Gongende is better.
What needeth be undone?
Harken a dollar. Every charm intended.
I will.
Obeisance is Ane Akdu.
Build end day that Rita new. You're right to done some worker. Off to the Felders. Scout that ickle do that.
It will not be undone. Hand in it. Sterendelo. Volwende the Hest. Under Antibo, Swahead. Reading forth anon.
King John's men came to St. Margaret's Monastery. Although the monks would not take sides, they would provide medical care for wounded soldiers. The local market was also open to trade with Chatham.
Reading out, Swahead. Reading out, Swakamande. Going there with anon. The Hester is plain. On the move, Swahead. Reading forth anon.
Ready to go.
Intended. Estes are coming. Harken alla. Estes are coming. Rita, every John, Fanaduta.
Who's it to go? Reading out, Swahead. He appear justice.
He ready to read a Uta. Yeah. He obey. Service.
Harken alla. Hestes aren't coming.
Ich shall at me fet leer the past.
Who's that? Ik am moving.
Nitus, would she obey? Be the
Prayers, seek the fair to do.
Your company will be welcome, friends.
Me weapon nuts. Yes, me weapon.
Commander, ich fahre the pass of Reet Weasels.
Intended. Working at Mina. Ich am on me way. Be ready for the next worker on my steering to ahead. He foreway that this is he builded and he builded well. Villains, he ready and waiting. Yeah. We have a Hesters.
We stand at Yari to come on. We ferry in me to Tissashin Sadarnes.
Me weapon nuts. Yes, me weapon.
It will be done.
At Bushen, Yar Arway. We are moving. Sina Hestes on set on spot.
Harken, you all. We have a testers. He'll get this building, he built it for thee.
What needest thou of villains? It is time to get things done. In long they stop her until it is all Arcanala. Hesters aren't coming. Non-rester for the shrewd. They're ready to go. Us. We are on attack. Linear. It is time to get things done.
We haven't defeated the foe!
Hestes come. Hestes ilke.
Yeah, he ready for Hestes. There is Wooda needed to bail brethren.
Yes, that one, man.
Intent Fiesta is playing. Reading forth and on.
Ich am at the command.
Yeah. Be ready for Hestes. Yeah.
We have an Hestes coming on or. I don't know that to do it.
Yeah.
Forward.
Non-rester. We are waiting for the Hestes villains. Building to put me up.
Ready to go? You ready for the next wonder on the roller? Then it would have needed them.
We have a Hestes.
Harken on. Hestes are...
We are waiting for the Hestes villains. Yeah. You ready for Hestes?
Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
You ready for the next worker on the roller?
And the rest are for the swing.
Intended.
Ready to go?
Intended. Looking forward to working in the world.
But I'm reading ut swakmande. Ihiena Fiesta. Reading ut swahed. Midjute is the hera.
Who's A to go? Raiding ut Swakamonte.
What should I abea recreancer? And swan the man. Nu estella. Ihiena Fiesta. Midjute is the hera. Reading forth and on. Yeah.
And the rest are for... You ready for the next wonder on the roller?
Looking forward to working. Harken Allah. Hestes aren't coming. Harken Allah. He no they stop her until it is all he gather it in. Yeah. What needest thou of me?
You hearken to me. Hestes.
The Hestes is playing. Hestes come gone together. Sewer on.
You ready for the next worker on the roller?
Ready to go. He bore way that this is he builded and he builded well. We have a Hestes.
Intended. Hestes are gone. Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Ready to go. He ready Hestes. There is wood needed to be together.
Right. It is time to get fingers done.
He ready for Hestes. Yeah, he ready for Hestes. Oh, non-rester for the Shrewd. Ready to go. If he'll get this building, he build it for they. Harken, Yawala. Where's the
Rest are for the
Hestes?
Shrewd. Ready to go.
The way shall guide that way be thee will. Obedience to virtue is wailful.
You ready for the next worker on the road?
Ik ga fight. We hebben een einde. Let in us verenoten. Verenoten en dansen. Nee, dat de nes. Good work in Norway that this is built and he built it well.
Ik kan fail with that. What needs leave me?
Yes, that's our commanded man. Intended. Yes, this are coming.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hearken, your honor. We have a Hestes. Intended.
Ready to go.
Yes, this are coming.
Nu, young men, die Heste ist je.
Ich shall...
Hearken to Hestus, young men. Stir them, men. They're thinking on the spoil.
Be ready for the next worker of the roller. Building to put an upper. Ik kan fijn. Yeah. Doing hit and all. Villains, be ready and awaiting.
We are baying the shotgunners!
Obey the instieren at the est.
Aye. Hearken alla. Hestes Ark Arita. Equal to Sua de Command.
Tolkien stieren. När är vi färdig through hella? It's kastet foljen hästes.
Intended. Hestes. No worry. Every job for the doctor. Building to put it up. Aye.
Fracas, we will have stirred, men. Be thinking on the spoil.
Yeah. Be ready for... We are awaiting. Villains, moving yourselves. Yes, sir. Villains, moving yourselves.
Arkanala. Hestes Ark Villains.
We are taking fires on us!
Crunch, Tulkas!
King John's men discovered that the castle was being resupplied by a stream of traders. They had the opportunity to weaken the rebellion by eliminating the castle's supplies.
Destroyer! Ichill!
Aye. Prick your bell, the friend. We are moving.
Need to spricken, shotguns, and serve.
The way shall ye the dead bay.
Ichill ye lest not the Hestes.
The way shall ye the dead.
So will it play.
Non-rester for...
What needest thou of me?
Yes, sir. Veranuta at ons, at night after this.
A koya Tolkien, gladsome tea to walk.
Hearken, your honor. We have a test.
Fingers always reckless misdeeder!
Crossbowers at... We are moving crossbows. Coming on.
Orchard is failing! Ready for stew!
Hearken at where haben an ender. Let us feren uta. Arita every track feren uta. If he'll get this building, he building yeah. He under yet to me Hestes. Building to put an upper.
Aim and low. Crossbows at the ready. Ferret crossbows. And none manning. Yes, sir. Doing Satanon.
Hall, your Hestes will be your last endpoint. Command and may. Ich will folgen die Hestes.
Drenges, Belia kill not but be the Hesta. I Peter. Oglau Hesta, Ichemea. Ik will not but be the Hesta. Hestes ilke thist a non-burden.
The king's men discovered the farmlands that supplied the rebels at Rochester. If the rebels lost access to the food supplies, some of them would be forced to flee.
Ooh, ik kan fijn met dat. We have your will is needed done. We're taking out with fear. Come on.
Yeah, and do we keep it on?
Unter Arwara!
Building to put it over. Now! We next couldn't be unsere
Yeah, ihr harken alla.
Nu harken tumme.
Intenden. Baron Uta at onster. Ne darkness. We bore away the hit is builded and we build it well. Fine with that. We have a Hestes. Aye. What needest thou of me? We have a Hestes. Build it and they build it well.
Klom interroges. Wayfarer Metana et Luna. Recreants and Swara to May. No Astera.
Yeah. You ready for Hestes? Intended. Understood.
Seat of the foe!
Intended. Hestes are coming.
Yes, sir. Ready to go.
He seeth the foe! Eyewear! Here!
Ready again!
Hestes aren't coming. If he'll get this building, he build it, he'll follow the Hestes.
Arcanala. Hestes are coming. Board with that. This is the building and the building well.
You can't fail with that. Almost ilke e coon what he can doing.
Friends, we will have Hestes are not free.
You ready for the next worker on the roller?
Intended. Hestes are coming.
to Harita Everichan Ferranuta. If you'll get this building, he builded for they. Non-rester for the...
Arcanala.
Ali set. Ready for Hestus.
Intended.
Destrans on. The commander is Clara.
Ich will obey the Hester.
Whither surely reader. Unto the Hestus for me.
Hearken, your honor.
Your will is me, Dita.
We are being shot at!
You wait the hill.
Honora! To the saddle, readers!
Brigosaurus. Way on reading on.
It shall halda me placera.
Into the saddle. You readers who ahead. You wait Hilda thing. Whither surely reader.
Yeah, he ready for Hestus. Hearken, Yawala. Way have a Hestus.
Obedience to virtue is Whalem.
Hearken, honor. Hestes, we have an enda. Let us spend a note.
Tulkes, nu Hestes. Anglau Hester.
Yeah, he ready for Hestus.
Scouts are reporting! Foes near B!
He can't fail with that.
You'll have to Hestus. Whither surely reader. Surely reader.
With the traders eliminated, the king's army had struck a blow to the rebels in the castle. With supplies critically low, the rebel commander discharged his weakest fighters, hoping to preserve what little food remained. Fearing further descent against his rule, King John ordered safe passage for the surrendered rebels away from Rochester.
Be ready for the next worker on Ferrara. Hearken, Yawala. Way have a Hestus.
Akoyeth Tulkes, ich kann folgen Hestes.
Easy in the... Wearing a Vendes Yerasa!
Stinket yell again!
Ich shall obey. A steering zu ahead.
Non-rester for the Shrewd, ready to gone.
Where Nita's on the red Nitas, it goes better no.
Yeah, he read Arcanala. Hestas aren't coming.
I shall.
The foeman! Berensing here new! What shall we do? Hearken to Hestus, young men. He caught the duty.
Way have a Hestas. Way have an Anenda. Let us better
Weapon not in the blow. Nita's good for corner!
Arcanala. Hestas aren't coming. Put the fear! I say lady. Building to Protonova. Good worker done over. Ready for the intendant? Yeah, I undergängde mig hästes. Where haben en ende? Lätt ut bären ute. Arita Emricha, bären ute.
Trackers, who has this on here? Command mig.
I cannot obis. He shall be loud from He shall not honor the weapon obeisance is me honor. Where John will lead us, forwards, to mickle glory.
Into the saddle, and he ready. Oh, yes, sir. Ali set, it goes leader forward. Into the saddle, and he ready. Onto the saddle, reader is.
Nan commit the stairs, Orchard. Pardon. Posture in the stairs, your Orchard. Pardon.
We have a testers.
We are paying the shot to that! Neatest, use it for glory.
With the farms alight, King John's chokehold on the rebels was tightening. Cut off from all hope of resupply, more of the rebels were forced to abandon the fight.
Ik kan fijn met dat.
Scouts are reporting! Foes near me! Nick, is he ready for commands? Aye. The weapon now is the command. Beware still. Where's John? Perfection on the spoil!
Ready to go. Intendant. What needest thou of me? Hearken, Allah, Hester's aren't coming.
Testeres on Chinkle obey the Hester. Pricker in your spores. Irida so ahead.
Nu, ja, han har nöjet och dåligt.
Yes,
We are taking on the ball!
Different spenders always.
Need to be ready for command! Ik niet eens zo is ver. I need to use this team. Weakness. 3 and 4. We went in now. Yeah, it does.
Business for the engine.
Never find it always!
The Sage engines are irready.
Rochester's outer wall crumbled to King John's men, and they descended on the keep.
We are playing the shot to that! He caught me.
Yeah, he red Harkin Allah. Hester's aren't coming. Oh, yeah. Be ready for the next worker off the roller.
He ani hest, mi blod stirren.
Is he ready for commands? All right, Sir Peter. On James, let it
Why should he dread guarding to a lose hasten style?
He's shouting! Getting on mid-hit.
What needest thou of me? We have a Hesters. Yes, building to put an upper. Oh, now chill. Labor good work.
There is nothing more chronic than victory! We are taking fires of us! Ani heste, mi blod is still. Where nitas are ni ready for visions is me on it. You're right, I'm readable. Okay, chill. Me weapon nice. Yes, me weapon. Nikas ready for commands.
Increase me fiend as razor!
Be the left. It is team, Nikas. Ut read and fall. Nikas, ursäkta Nikas. Forwards to Mikkel glory.
The sails of the waiting for it. Listen!
Fringes always reckless, Mistida! We are very incontinent!
Building well.
Nites, successor in this team. Nites. Where Nites are ready for stir. Jontel Nites, Hortons, to Mikkel Klor. We are baying i Schottenen!
Rochester's inner wall finally gave way, and the keep was laid bare for the taking.
We have an Aletta. Let us Veneruta. We are on our way, Village. It is time to get that finger stone. Village, it is time to get that finger stone.
We are taking fires out!
In 10, let us Veneruta.
Highwaymen, Aditya, Estes from on high. For the
Look at busy, yes, sir.
Surge on, please. Estes for the engine.
Nitas, you ready for command? Nitas! In good second order. Forte. Defending our respect! This leader! Nitas, you ready for command?
The great keep at Rochester fell at the hands of the King's army, securing both the castle and the route to London. While the fight for England raged on, a desperate King John clung to the throne.
People often imagine that castle walls were just left as bare stone, but in fact they weren't. They were plastered, painted, and decorated.
The process of making medieval paint begins in a quarry.
This is a sandstone with a really high iron content. In it, we find pockets of ochre. This is iron oxide, like rust, and the ochre is one of the main ingredients in pigment making.
First, the ochre is crushed into a fine powder.
The finer the particles in paint, the better the paint will be.
Once ground up, water is added. Then the mixture is sieved.
This is the exact opposite of making pasta at home. At home, when you sieve your pasta, you then keep it for your meal. Here, what's going to end up in the sieve will be discarding.
What's needed are the tiny particles suspended in the water.
Once it's dry, it's going to look something like this. You can see that all the water has evaporated, leaving just this very fine crust, which will then be ground into the fine pigment which is used to make paint.
But ochre's colour palette doesn't end there. If it's heated, something magical happens. Yellow ochre turns red. And heating it for even longer creates a whole spectrum of colours.
It's been burnt for over 72 hours at 1,000 degrees Celsius, and that gives us this incredible purple colour.
To turn the pigment into paint, it's bound together with egg and tree sap.
A popular motif in the Middle Ages was the use of stones and roses. That's where you paint on blocks of stone to make it look like you could afford to pay stonemasons to produce dress blocks of stone and then decorate them with 5-petaled flowers.
So, medieval castles were far from the gloomy places we imagine today. They were full of colour and light. When forces loyal to King John undermined Rochester Castle, it spelled doom for the rebels inside. Within days, they had surrendered. But the rebel barons weren't done yet. Their ally, Prince Louis of France, had sent an invasion force to help the barons overthrow King John. Then, in late 1216, the king fell ill with dysentery and died. His son, just 9 years old, was crowned King Henry III. It was now up to the young king's regent, the 70-year-old legendary knight William Marshal, to protect the crown. He faced a near impossible challenge. England was crumbling. Rebels were taking town after town. But William Marshal bided his time and prepared to defeat the rebels. Then in May 1217, he got the chance that he'd been waiting for. William discovered that the rebels planned to simultaneously besiege both Dover Castle and Lincoln Castle. With rebel forces split and weakened, William Marshal led his royalist army to Lincoln. The castle on one side of the city was still controlled by royalists, under its formidable constable, Lady Nicola de la Haye. But the streets of the city were under rebel control. On May 20th, 1217, the Royalist Relief Force, led by William Marshal, arrived to retake the rebel-controlled city. The future of England rode on the success of this mission. Troops loyal to the king held the castle at Lincoln, while outside, rebels controlled the city. The defenders had to hold the castle until reinforcements arrived, under the command of the king's knight, William Marshal.
On the stairs. Boa is Ibun. Jeppe med bort. Järve käten dresset jag använder. Aldrig understånd. Step up to it, Arwayman. Boa is the boom. Men of armies travail to dawn. Men of Jeppe med bort. Quite sir. Has the shot. Up man better, Arwayman. Yahweh Shetten. Boa is a boom.
Yahweh Shet.
I think they listen.
An order to hear it!
Jeppe med och bort.
Every charm and 10 deaths. Each understunder. It is though
Yahweh Shet. Quite of servant
What
Shet.
needeth be undone?
Obeisance is Ane Atu.
Reaper railings are an uncle.
Boa is immune. Quite of servant Shet.
He shall lay the young.
The King's men discovered a building belonging to the rebels. To secure Lincoln, they would need to destroy the rebels' military structures. The King's Knight, William Marshal, arrived with his forces. While a hard battle remained, there was now hope for the young King's army. William Marshal's forces were welcomed in Stowe, a nearby town loyal to the king.
It's living to hear another shot. Now, Sweden may have fair tender.
king's men tore through the rebel fortifications, diminishing the enemy's military presence. The castle now faced a new attack from the rebels' French allies. If the king's men hoped to lift the French siege, they would need to destroy the enemy forts on the outskirts of Lincoln.
It is Sitha for Ak. It's living to hear it. Dute is none borden. Obis. Dute is none borden. Nu tulkes. Setathia. Ut readeth nu tulkes. Fourth warde frankes. Mid baldene. Athel knit ut readeth.
Arita. What needeth worker?
Nimende too much Arwas! Knitas Jan. For honor, Mr. Arthur Knitas. And then
and are to hear. Alle Smith. Ik read forth.
See they to work.
We are undreit beyond this hour, we was! Astern!
We have extended Ben! Yeah, so is the head! You can have it that.
You're ready to done some work.
Woda is not.
You're right. Two folk army ready. I'll read her. If he'll build a that for the see they to work her. Build end a
beyond this hour! Avoid it!
Done.
Knitas, stand let it read it.
King's army had almost regained control of the city. The King's army razed the last of the rebels' military buildings, but the French siege continued.
Sitta hästes.
Seat to worker. And Sealy he builded thing. What needeth be undone? Build ende that return.
What needeth be undone? Build ende that return.
Seat to worker.
Seat to worker.
He'll build a that.
Ranita. What needeth worker? He'll build it that. What needeth be undone? Build ende that return.
What needeth be undone? If he'll have it that he building an arita, what needeth worker? If he'll build a that, what needeth be undone? Build ende that return.
Seat to worker.
Inte sitta på aktigt livet here.
The King's men uncovered one of the French forces' siege camps near Lincoln. army tore through the French fort, weakening the enemy siege.
Canita's yard.
I'll reach your will.
It's lit.
You're ready to done some work.
To worker. What needeth be undone? Ikill happy that he building an ark. What needeth be undone? Ikill get this building, yeah, he ready for Hestus. resta for the Shrewid. Ready to go.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes? Hearken all. Hestes are coming.
Now resta for the Shrewid. Ready to go.
Building to put it up, huh? Aye. He'll get this building. He built it for thee. Halvestil gay kun what he can doing. And the rest step for the Shrewid. He can fine with that. Hearken, your honor. We have a testers. He borrowed that this is he built it, and he built it well.
He ready for the next worker off the roller. He always.
Yeah? What needest thou of me?
What needest thou of me?
Leave a good worker. A mickle thing.
Labour, good a worker. Ready to go.
Leave a good worker.
Building to put an up. Yeah. He ready for Hestes. Almost ilke iku what he can doing.
Yeah, you're intended. Estes are coming. Building to put it up. Intended. Estes are coming.
Yeah, he ready for Hestes.
Ain't with that. Good they coming. Hearken thou honor. We have a tested. They will get this building and build it for thee.
Nitus fuse for Cleome, and Rinapos. Jotel Nitus fort wonders to Mikkel glory.
What he can doing?
Bindit always reckless misdeeder!
Alme still gay kun what he can doing. Hearken all. Hestes are come. Yea, and doing it on. He bought way that this is he built it, and he built it well. Hearken all. Hestes are coming.
Commander mij. Ik vaar de haas op wie is.
You ready for the next worker on the roller? Hearken thou honor. We have a testing. Verenute et ons en hij dartenes.
My ways shall guide that bay, be thee will.
Ready to go.
And the last step for the Shrewid. Ready to go.
Nitus, you ready for commands? An honore to do that. Obeisance is me honor. Pricken, gentils, and servant with honor.
Bide Arwemen för Ora Hestes. Arwemen, we moonen be Yara.
Says thou to me. Geduld your gear, our women at moon. Our women, yet the air to his
When you're there, be the next.
Address me at a push our women. Hestes ilgatis and non-burden. Push our women. And here to Hestes, yar our women. We are moving.
What needest thou of me? Villains, yeah, doing hit and run.
We are taking powers on us!
Oh, man, rest up on the truth. Ready to go. Ready to go. Ikil Gaya, ready for Hestes. Building to Gaya, ready for Hestes. Good a worker, done a Rita. Lock has greater.
We will have Hestes on read.
Intended. Rita every John for an order. Inform way that this is a building and he build it well. Ready to go.
Intended.
Yes, sir.
Baron Uta at Domster. Ne darkness.
Hestes aren't coming.
We have a Hestes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ready for Hestes. Here a face, very new.
Leave a good worker. Intended. As you're well as me data. I'll go to the store. You can't find me that. Go me to work. And the rest up for the shrew-wit. Ready to go.
Harken, Allah. Hestes aren't coming.
Harken, you man. We have a Hestes. Aye. Contender! Estes are coming.
Abida, Arwayman. Thina Hestes and Sarah on Spa.
And Hestes, honor, Hestes come. Your company will be welcome, Frecus.
Yes, Chief.
Ik am fine with that. Good it going for.
Ich shall obey.
Halvestil getting on what he can doing. You ready for Hestes? And then step for the Sweet. Ready to go. Halt.
Intended.
Working in me. Ich am on my way. Harken on. Hestes are coming. And let's step for the Sweet. Ready to go. Yeah? What needest thou of me?
What needest thou of me?
Yes, we will.
For the next worker on the road.
Yeah, be ready for Hestes.
Ready for the next worker on the wall?
We carry them. It can't be Tuesday. We come.
Mi blood is still.
William Marshal and Nicolas de la Haye had saved the city, and with it, the kingdom. William Marshal's success in retaking Lincoln was an overwhelming victory for the Royalists. The rebel barons had been defeated, and their French allies driven out of England altogether. William Marshal now focused on creating a stable kingdom for the young King Henry III. To maintain the backing of the rebels, in 1217, a royal seal of approval was given to a reissued Magna Carta, limiting the power of the monarchy. Many barons held lands in both England and Normandy. But now they faced a choice. On which side of the Channel would they make their home? Many chose England. The cross-Channel kingdom was over, establishing a clear English identity. But the impact of the Normans on England's evolution is still felt today. Almost 1,000 years later, the surviving Norman castles and cathedrals still dominate the landscape. In the midst of the modern city, William the Conqueror's fortress, the Tower of London, remains a powerful reminder of their legacy. But it's the unseen influence of the Normans that endures. The Norman invasion changed the English language and established the foundations of modern parliament and governance. And it's all because one man, William the Conqueror, claimed the English crown that he believed by rights was his. The Normans conquered a country and changed the course of England forever.